spirit of the people is greater than man's technology. Beautiful life.
You're listening to the Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, for those of you keeping track at home. And I'm sure many of you have probably heard the name DARPA before, at the very least in conjunction with the creation of the Internet, or as it was previously known, the ARPANET. And it is the wonders of the ARPANET by which I'm coming to you today, wherever you happen to be in the world. So I suppose we have certain things to be thankful for this Advanced Research Projects Agency, don't we? Well, let's start examining that tonight on the program. Here on Corbett Report Radio for the next hour, we're going to be examining DARPA, what it is, where it comes from, what it's worked on in the past, who it works with, and what it's going to be working on in the future. There's a lot of info I'd like to go over tonight from a lot of different sources. Let's start out with an article from back in August of 2003 from the LA Times, which had a pretty long and detailed article about DARPA and some of the things that it was working on. But let's just read a little bit from a few paragraphs down in that article talking about the history of DARPA. It says, quote, DARPA was founded in February 1958, 4 months after the Soviet Union's Sputnik satellite stunned the US with the menacing prospect of being left behind scientifically. The Advanced Research Projects Agency, renamed DARPA in 1972, was formed to make basic research a key element of national security. Roy W. Johnson, a handsome, blunt, and hard-driving vice president at aerospace contractor General Electric Co., was picked as ARPA's first director. Johnson set up the agency to find experts in physics, information technology, material science, and other fields, then showered them with funds and freedom. ARPA initially focused on rocketry, space exploration, ballistic missile defense, and nuclear test detection, then broadened its range. Eschewing sluggish peer review of giant proposals, ARPA relied on enterprising program officers, many drawn from academia and industry, who selected projects based on hunches about the future. In the 1960s, you could do really any damn thing you wanted, as long as it wasn't against the law or immoral, said Hersfeld, who directed ARPA from 1965 to 1967. The agency was so open to ideas that in 1958, Johnson recommended paying an 11-year-old boy who wrote in with suggestions on how to build a space station. The letter mirrored military plans so closely that a security investigation was ordered, according to DARPA history. Well, there is the beginnings of, I suppose, the history of DARPA, and I think we have to do a little bit of reading between the lines to really understand what's going on here and to read the subtext of what this is about, because, of course, DARPA being founded in 1958 by Eisenhower is obviously on the heels of Sputnik in 1957 and the Red Menace. So it goes back to the old Cold War shenanigans that was used to justify all sorts of expenditures back in that particular era of world history, in the exact same way that basically the War on Terror boogeyman has been the excuse for the justification of all kinds of expenditures in our day and age. But interestingly enough, you might recall that it was a mere 2 years after founding DARPA that Johnson gave his farewell speech, in which he famously coined the term and made it famous, the military-industrial complex, and warned of the rise of this power, this nexus of power between private industry and defense, the Defense Department, the defense contractors and the department becoming this type of behemoth that could not be easily dealt with, even by a president who was nominally in control of the country. And I think Eisenhower's predictions have become stunningly true as we see things like DARPA and the way that the defense contractors have merged with the government itself into a fascist conglomerate has really proven to be that nightmare that Johnson was warning us about those many decades ago. So tonight on the program, we're going to break down some of DARPA's previous projects and take a look ahead at what it's working on next. And you have to hear some of these ideas to believe them. So on that note, let's take a short break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Introducing The Last Word DVD. For the first time on DVD, you can own all 7 episodes from the first season of the Last Word video series, including The Last Word on Terrorism.
You see, to Kissinger and the other adherents of the globalist ideology, terrorism is simply a word for any act that threatens the agenda of the globalists.
The Last Word on CCTV.
But there is something more fundamentally troubling about this entire CCTV surveillance grid than mere hucksterism.
The Last Word on Utopia.
The most pernicious evil always presents itself as something necessary, something transitory, a mere waypoint on the road to the land of milk and honey. In this way, the masses can be led to not only tolerate the most intolerable conditions, but actually to support those who would seek to rule over them.
And the Last Word on Independence.
It is a choice that we make each and every day to live in independence or in slavery. Every day is Independence Day.
The Last Word DVD. Buy your copy today at corbettreport.com.
Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio, friends. You are tuned into Corbett Report Radio here on the Republic Broadcasting Network. I'm your host and guide for the next hour of radio transmission. As always, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you from the palatial home broadcasting studios here in Western Japan. Tonight we're talking about the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, better known as DARPA, the blue sky research and development arm of the United States Department of Defense that is probably best known for some of its wacky ideas, because DARPA is one of those agencies that functions something like a venture capital firm where it invests in projects that are high risk but high reward, expecting a lot of them to fail. And this is kind of the method that they've set up. This is how they operate, and in many ways, this leads to the ways that DARPA is often covered, when it is covered at all, in the media. So if you went and searched DARPA on your search engine of choice, hopefully a privacy-respecting search engine like startpage.com, you'd find all sorts of articles talking about some of the wackier ideas of DARPA, and even a few talking about some of the projects that did work out and that have basically become part of our daily life. But I think both ways of covering it, just looking at the crazy ideas and then looking at the successful ideas, kind of misses some of the underlying point of what DARPA is really about. But we'll get back to that in a moment. First, let's take a look at some of that coverage of DARPA and some of its ideas. And first, we'll take a look at what makes DARPA somewhat unique in the government bureaucracy red tape superstructure. And for that, we're going to turn to nakedlaw.avo.com, which is not nearly as exciting as the title might suggest. And they had a story titled 12 Insane But True DARPA Projects. And in that, it had this interesting little tidbit about DARPA's legal exemptions. Quote, part of what makes DARPA so successful is that it's exempt from laws that stifle most government agencies. Specifically, DARPA isn't subject to Title V of the Federal Acquisition Streamlining Act of 1994, which sets up all sorts of red tape for hiring and managing personnel. DARPA also has the option of funding projects through other transactions, which is a special power granted by Congress to avoid the red tape normally associated with federal grants. As a result, DARPA has a largely unrestricted $3.2 billion pot of money to use, like a venture capital firm would, doling it out to high-risk, high-reward projects, expecting a minority of them to produce amazing results. Much of the money is granted to civilian firms all over the country, who are free to operate their businesses as they please as long as they produce results, which is why DARPA has been called 100 Geniuses Connected by a Travel Agent. And then this article goes on to talk about some of the things they're working on next, which we will be getting into later in tonight's episode. But first, let's take a look at some of the things that they've done in the past, some of the projects that they're better known for. And again, as I say, a lot of the coverage of this, when it comes to coverage in the mainstream type news and media, it's often going to concentrate on a lot of the really out there wacky ideas that have been floated and approved as potential projects in the DARPA research and development production line, but that have never come to anything, obviously, because some of them are just such on their face ridiculous and wacky ideas that one has to scratch their head and wonder how it ever got government funded. But then again, that's what government funding is for, isn't it? So let's take a look at some examples of that. For example, we have newscientist.com. Back in May of 2008, had this article, 50 Years of DARPA, Hits, Misses, and Ones to Watch. So, for example, they go and highlight some of the big success projects that most people are probably familiar with. They're almost certainly familiar with in their daily lives. Maybe they do, maybe they don't know that it originally was developed in DARPA projects. One of them being the internet, as we mentioned before, the ARPANET network that was built in the 1960s specifically as a communication network that would be self-healing and able to basically survive any type of cataclysmic strike like a nuclear war with the Soviet Union, what have you. And that is the backbone of what became the internet. And of course it led to the TCP/IP specification that we still use today, although people might have noticed in the last couple of years that they're talking about building a new military IP specification that will be funded again by DARPA in conjunction with defense contractors. Anyway, some of the other successful projects in DARPA's past that are often touted, GPS. Here's one, speech translation. It says, although not yet available to consumers, handheld language translation devices developed with ARPA funding are already being used in Iraq. Although accuracy can be as low as 50%, the devices have met with favorable reviews from forces on the ground. So there you go. The speech translation is already here. I have seen it demonstrated at a Microsoft conference recently, I believe as part of the Windows 8 launch. I'm not really sure what it was about, but speech translation, simultaneous speech translation is already here and is only getting better with each passing day. So it's something that we're going to be, I'm sure, incorporating into our daily lives in the future. Some other success projects of DARPA, stealth planes and gallium arsenide, a semiconductor material. At any rate, the failed projects, which everyone loves to talk about, some of the crazier, wackier ideas that DARPA has floated around in the past include hafnium bombs. In an episode reminiscent of the cold fusion debacle, DARPA forked out $7 million in the 1990s for research into a bomb predicted to release huge gamma ray bursts without creating any nuclear fallout. The theory was that hitting a small amount of a radioactive isomer of the super expensive metal hafnium with X-rays would release this torrent of energy. No proof this could happen was ever found. The mechanical elephant. Frustrated by a lack of decent tarmac in the jungle, DARPA sought to create a mechanical elephant during the Vietnam War. Its vision of high-tech Hannibals piloting through the forest never came true. It is alleged that when the director heard of the plan, he scrapped the damn fool project immediately in the hope no one would hear about it. Telepathic spies. One of the agency's most infamous blunders was its 1970s psychic spy program, inspired by reports that the Soviets were researching the area. DARPA invested millions to see if telepaths and psychokinetics, who claim to move objects using thought alone, could carry out remote espionage. They couldn't. Future Map. This program hoped to use a kind of terrorism futures market to predict key developments and even attacks. It was thought market valuations of possible future events could reflect the probability of their occurring. However, Future Map was scrapped in 2003 after the notion of betting on terrorist atrocities was called ridiculous and grotesque by US politicians. And Orion. Set in motion shortly after DARPA was created, Project Orion aimed to drive an interplanetary spacecraft by periodically dropping nuclear bombs out of its rear end. The entire craft was designed like a giant shock absorber with the back covered in thick shielding to protect human passengers. Concerns about nuclear fallout and the signing of the Partial Test Ban Treaty ended the project in the early 1960s. Alright, so those are some examples. You can find many, many, many more online of some of the weirder, wackier, crazier ideas that DARPA has floated in the past and not really followed up on. But it's interesting to look at some of these. For example, the Future Map technology that they talk about, which was a terrorist futures prediction market that they planned to set up where people could basically bet on whether or not events were going to happen, where they were going to happen, how they were going to happen, how badly they were going to affect people, etc. And through that futures market, they would be able to, in a way, predict the future, because markets tend to converge on the most accurate information available. And that is an interesting idea, because it was not a technology that failed because of anything to do with the technology. It failed because people realized what it could and inevitably would be used for, which is actually something of an anomaly, because usually people would look the other way at the idea, oh, you believe that people would actually use these terrorist future markets to make events happen? Oh, what a conspiracy theory. But no, that's exactly what people realized as soon as it was proposed. And back in this August 2003 LA Times article that we were looking at earlier, it mentions this Future Map project. Quote, over the years, millions of taxpayer dollars have been spent on a variety of projects, from telepathic skies and jungle tromping robotic elephants to its most recent fiasco, Future Map, an online futures market designed to predict assassinations and bombings by encouraging investor speculation in such crimes. Morally repugnant, said Yale University economist Robert Schiller. A sick idea, said Senator Barbara Boxer. Unbelievably stupid, said Senator Byron L. Dorgan. It's the type of criticism that DARPA is not only used to, but also lavishes on itself. When we fail big, said former DARPA Director Charles Hersfeld, summing up the agency research disasters in an official 1975 history of DARPA. So there you go. The LA Times mentions Future Map, but writes it off as just another crazy idea that was floated around. But it's only crazy because it would inevitably be used by insiders to actually make events occur. Because once again, if you're allowed to bet on events and you can make those events happen, you can bet there will be people who will be definitely trying to do that, exactly as we saw happen with 9/11 and the futures gambling that was going on with the derivatives, the put options on various companies in the lead up to 9/11. And again, for more on that, I hope people will turn to something like Black 9/11 by our previous guest on this program, Mark Gaffney, that goes into some detail about that. But it's not a difficult thing to understand, and it's probably not something that was not understood by the people who proposed the Future Map idea. Another thing to keep in mind with these so-called quote-unquote failed projects of DARPA is that, well, not necessarily all of them are failed. In fact, wouldn't it be a great thing for a Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency to do, to announce that people that they were going to look into this or that technology, and then to announce to people, oh, it failed, there was nothing there? Wouldn't that be a very good cover if you were trying to cover what it was you were actually doing? I posit that to you as just one of my crazy conspiracy theories about what DARPA is doing and what its public face is really there to do. Let's take a short breather. We'll be back with more about where DARPA is going in the future after this break.
If you love your uncle,
All right, welcome back to the program, friends. We are back here on Corbett Report Radio talking about DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and some of their crazy ideas they've had in the past, and some of the ideas that have become a mundane part of our everyday reality, including internet and GPS and other such inventions. Well, let's turn to the question that everybody always has when it comes to DARPA, which is, what are they working on next? Because maybe that will give us a glimpse into the future. And interestingly enough, the question of what are they working on next is not necessarily up to them. It may be up to you. Let me introduce to you Fang.
What if you could design the next generation amphibious infantry fighting vehicle? Over the past 50 years, not much has changed about how we design and build defense systems. But what has changed is that they are many times more complex than they used to be. When systems have to be designed, built, tested, and then redesigned, and then rebuilt and retested again and again, timetables get longer and costs go higher. But what if you could help us break this cycle? What if together we could develop a complex defense system 5 times faster? These are the DARPA Fang challenges. Fast, adaptable, next generation, ground vehicle. The Fang vehicle will be developed via a series of 3 increasingly complex design competitions. One for mobility and drivetrain, one for chassis and structure, and one for the full vehicle. Each challenge will have a winner, a cash prize. And then the winning design will be built in the foundry. To participate, you don't need experience designing military ground vehicles, but you do need the ability to apply your imagination, as well as your technical and engineering aptitude to create innovative solutions. Log in to the Vehicle Forge website and follow these steps. First, it's up to you to think it by creating your Fang design. Share it with others using our online collaboration tools. Win it by submitting your design and getting the best score. And then we will build it. By using the Fang toolset, the winning design will be correct by construction. It will not be a prototype, but rather a full-scale production model. We want to generate revolutionary ideas and new concepts by democratizing innovation and lowering the barriers to participation. To do this, we need innovators. We need you. After registering online, you'll be given access to the vehicle specs, an online library of component models, and our design tools. Then, it's up to you. And you don't have to be a part of a big company or an expert in everything to join in. Go it alone, or form teams and collaborate with other innovators from across the country. Submit your proposed Fang vehicle, and it will be scored by an objective online evaluation system. Teams will be given their vehicle score, as well as feedback, and then, time permitting, they will have a chance to revise and resubmit. At the end of each challenge, the team with the highest score wins. The winning design for each of the 3 challenges will be built in the iFab Foundry, a network of manufacturing facilities capable of rapidly reconfiguring itself to produce a vehicle according to your design specs. Once built, the Fang vehicle will roll out of the factory, ready for evaluation by the U.S. Marine Corps. What if you could design the next generation infantry fighting vehicle? This is your chance. Go to www.vehicleforge.org for more info.
So, what does this all mean? The Fang challenge, the design a next generation military ground vehicle idea. is, I think, a very interesting idea because it is an example, a kind of refreshing example, I suppose, of the government bureaucracy taking advantage of what the era that we're living in of crowdsourcing, which is something that I have often tried to let my listeners and audience know about and to get excited about in the same way that I guess DARPA TV is trying to get you excited about it. The idea of coming together to actually pool our resources, use our combined intelligence to create something greater than we could on our own. It's a pretty basic design principle, and in fact, most design processes actually already employ this idea of putting things through successive generations of designs where basically you get teams working against each other and you have a little bit of competition between them, and that creates the atmosphere that creates and drives and spurs the innovation that eventually creates the next wave of thinking. And again, it's a pretty basic idea, and it can be applied to all sorts of things, including even such things as the alternative media. If we collaborate together, and if there are people out there who can chop a bit out of one of my broadcasts and put it together with something else that helps illustrate what I'm talking about, it can absolutely, truly have an incredible effect in terms of being able to combine resources and ideas. But unfortunately, DARPA is trying to use this to design the next best killing machines, and basically to better subjugate everyone to the rule of the US military. So obviously this is an idea that I don't think we should get behind, but it is an interesting idea nonetheless. And it goes to show that the key part of DARPA is the D. It is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And of course, in military, in the government doublespeak that passes for our political language these days, that does, of course, mean offense. It means military. It means warfare and bloodshed and killing. Of course, they can't call it that, so they call it defense. But the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, even though it's interesting to note, ARPA has become DARPA, has become ARPA, has become DARPA a few times in its history. They've dropped and added the D several times, but at least since 1996, it has been firmly the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And to that end, everything they do has to have a military application or military purpose. And when we start looking at some of the other interesting technologies they've been working on that could very well literally shape our future, it's interesting to note that the researchers stress, even in their own documents, that yes, it's for DARPA, so we had to have a defense or military application in our grant proposal. And that's just the way it works. When the money is coming from the government for defense purposes, they're going to be able to tell people what they want, and they're going to be able to use it to basically perfect the killing machines. And on that note, we have some very, very terrifying killing machines on the way, thanks to the good folks at DARPA. So I'll let you in on some of those ideas and proposals coming up after this break. Let's take another short breather. And when we return here on Republic Broadcasting on Corbett Report Radio, we will continue breaking down DARPA and exposing some of the next generation of killer robot technologies. All right, friends, we're back here on Corbett Report Radio, and tonight we are talking about DARPA. We're taking a look at this government agency and some of its ideas, proposals, inventions, technologies, things that it has spearheaded in the past and what it's working on for the future. And we've looked at, of course, the fact that it is part of the Defense Department. It is a defense research agency. It is looking for military applications and military technologies, and it is unabashedly doing so. It makes no bones about the fact that it is working on military technologies, or at least potential military technologies. But it's also important to understand how there's another piece to that puzzle. The other part of that fascist pie is, of course, the corporations that support it and make it possible with their own ability to supply some of the industrial capacity and industrial know-how as well. And it's important to understand that nexus of government and corporations, that fascist nexus that has developed and really taken hold over, at the very least, the last half century since Eisenhower started implementing some of it in his own administration and then warned everybody on his way out the door. Well, let's take a look at where that's developed and how that's developed to this point, because it's interesting to see that some of the technologies that we think of as being iconic technologies of various private companies, in fact, stem from DARPA projects. Funny how that works. So let's take a look, for example, at this interesting article from pcpro.co.uk, 10 Brilliant DARPA Inventions. And here they go to talk about some of the inventions that maybe you don't know stemmed from DARPA projects, including, well, number one, the internet. Of course, we've been over that, the ARPANET. But number two is interesting, Windows, the World Wide Web, and video conferencing. It says, you may think you've lost the plot now, since we all know Microsoft invented Windows. Or should that be Apple? And Tim Berners-Lee was the genius behind the web. But DARPA had a hand in both, courtesy of NLS. The online system was the brainchild of PC mouse inventor Douglas Engelbart, who in 1961 proposed to the Director of Information Sciences of the U.S. Air Force Office of Scientific Research to develop a comprehensive framework for augmenting human intellect. Engelbart's work on NLS, later known as the Augment System, included the first use of on-screen windowing with a mouse, without which there couldn't have been any GUI or Microsoft Windows. NLS developments also included the first practical use of hypertext linking, which proved the concept could work in the real world, and without which the World Wide Web wouldn't have been invented either. When Engelbart demonstrated NLS to the public in 1969, he combined leased telephone lines, a PC, and a 22-foot-high screen with video inserts courtesy of a projector to allow his team back at the labs to join in the demo. In effect, this was the birth of online video conferencing. Who funded this research? DARPA, along with the US Air Force and NASA. So there's another thing to add to DARPA's long list of achievements, and one that, strangely enough, they don't really seem too eager to take credit for. But there it is, the World Wide Web, and oh yeah, Windows. The whole Windows concept actually stems from DARPA and this government research lab. What else comes from this? Well, how about Google Maps? DARPA beat Google to the Street View thing, complete with cameras on car roofs, by almost 30 years. In the summer of 1979, a group of MIT Architecture Machine Group students funded by DARPA demonstrated the Aspen movie map on video disc. Not only did the interactive map let users travel through the Colorado City and even enter selected buildings virtually, it also included options to time travel to see what the historic buildings looked like in the past. Then there was that Google-alike video car with 4 gyroscopically stabilized 16mm cameras mounted as an array, capturing images every 10 feet. The measurement of that capture rate distance was a bicycle wheel being towed behind the car. The resulting images, along with other data, were then transformed into a 3D multimedia representation of the area. Why would DARPA want to fund such research? It seems to have stemmed from the Entebbe airport incident, when Israeli Special Services soldiers stormed an airplane at the Ugandan airport to rescue hostages, and it emerged they had trained for the mission using a replica of the airport itself. The notion of using interactive movie maps in order to familiarize soldiers with territories for missions were born, and as was the Aspen Movie Map project. Interesting stuff. So far we have Microsoft having stolen some of its technology ideas from a DARPA project. We have Google taking one of its trademark emblematic flagship ideas from a DARPA project. Well, how about Apple? What have they had from DARPA? Oh yeah, that's right. Siri. The Siri voice recognition system embedded in the latest iPhone was born out of DARPA research. Apple acquired Siri, the company and the technology it had developed, in 2010. Siri was founded in 2007, but the original research upon which the technology was built, cognitive assistance that learns and organizes, aka CALO, was funded by DARPA in order to develop better tools for soldiers in the field. Along with the Personalized Assistant That Learns, PAL program, DARPA has been researching the concept of voice recognition combined with artificial intelligence since 2003. Inspired by the Latin colonus, or soldier's servant, the CALO project ended in 2008, having gone a long way towards reaching the aim of building a cognitive assistant that learns from experience. It's been replaced by Bolt, or the Broad Operational Language Translation Program. Bolt aims to take Callow to the next level, from being a bridge between man and machine to a bridge between people themselves. Its goal is to provide translation of foreign languages, extract contextual information from those translations, and by doing so enable soldiers in the field to maintain fluent bilingual communication without previous knowledge of the language. Bolt isn't only about spoken language, it will also allow accurate and contextual translation from SMS and email. So, long story short, Apple also got one of its trademark ideas from DARPA-funded research. Some other things in this go on. It goes on to talk about Unix and the cloud, GPS, internet anonymity, and the world's fastest airplane, all coming from DARPA-funded research projects. But I think it's important to stress just how insidious that nexus of public and private, the fascist nexus that is at the heart of these types of programs is, and the fact that yes, DARPA is in some ways almost inseparable from Google and Microsoft and Apple and the other big companies whose technology feed off of these funded projects. And I'm not just saying that. There are things that we can look to, even from the outside, to back that up. For example, back in March of this year, we had this headline from activistpost.com, Director of DARPA departs Pentagon for Google, further reinforcing government ties. And this article says, quote, Regina Dugan, the director of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, will be leaving the Pentagon's Mad Scientist Research Agency for the corporate big brother known as Google. Dugan has only been at DARPA for less than 3 years and was offered and accepted a senior executive position with Google, according to Eric Mazzaconi, a spokesperson with DARPA. Mazzaconi added that Dugan felt she could not refuse such an offer with an innovative company like Google, which also has a close relationship with the American intelligence community. And that article goes on from there. Lots of good information in there. I hope you'll check it out in the show notes for tonight's episode at corbettreport.com. But yes, long story short, again, there is a revolving door, and DARPA people go into Google, and FDA people go into Monsanto, and vice versa, and it's all just one big fascist nexus. And of course, people pretend that this isn't the way that government is meant to function, but it is, and it's how it always inevitably develops, and there's no regulations you can put in about it. This is what government is. It is a big trough to be fed from by the big boys with the big connections, and it is a revolving door, and a nice cushy parachute landing for anyone who's looking to retire in style from one government agency into one of the companies that they were supposedly looking after, or however that works. And here we see it again with DARPA and Google. So no real surprise there. But another interesting aspect of that article we were just looking at from PC Pro, internet anonymity comes from DARPA. Well, how so? It says, privacy, anonymity, and government agencies aren't natural bedfellows, but bear with us. Those who care about online privacy will probably have heard of the Tor privacy service, which, when used in conjunction with the Tor private browser, offers possibly the most anonymous method of being on the internet. The core principle behind Tor, namely onion routing, was originally funded by the U.S. Office of Naval Research in 1995, and the development of the technology was helped along by DARPA in 1997. 3 years later, the Tor network emerged as a direct result of the earlier DARPA-funded network. The earlier DARPA-funded work, I should say. Well, that's significant because, once again, I've heard from a lot of people who suggest Tor as being some sort of one-size-fits-all great idea for online anonymity, and I always have my doubts about that, and even more so when I find out that it originally stemmed from DARPA-funded research. But I don't just say that just based on the fact that it was funded by DARPA-funded research. For people who are interested in the actual technical details of how Tor could be used as a potential honeypot, I would once again direct you to a very, very interesting article from Cryptagon from back in 2007, High Traffic Colluding Tor Routers in Washington, D.C., and the ugly truth about online anonymity. And he breaks it down in some degree of technical detail, how you can't really trust Tor or other networks like that, even though they are touted as being the be-all and end-all of internet anonymity. Well, so that goes to show that there is some deep collusion going on between DARPA and the various companies out there and various ideas that are being floated around, even among the alternative media and in the alternative paradigm. Oh, well, use Tor. It'll protect you. Of course, it comes from DARPA-funded research, and there are these routers in Washington, D.C. that seem to be places where there might be significant spying going on Tor traffic. But trust us, it'll be okay. Well, of course, once again, the question is, what are they working on next? And, well, some of this has to be seen to be believed, so if you're listening in Radioland, I hope you will go to CorbettReport.com in a few hours when the video of tonight's episode goes up, and you can take a look at what one person on JuniorDeputyAccountant.com calls the creepiest thing I've ever seen. And there's a post up about DARPA cheetah robots and other types of robots that DARPA is developing that really are absolutely terrifying. And there's no other word for it, and there's no real way of putting that into words. You really do have to see some of these machines that are moving in ways that are absolutely, utterly authentic, in ways that if you didn't know it was a metal exoskeleton there, you would actually be thinking that it was a real person or a real cheetah or a real whatever. The way that it moves is absolutely becoming, well, quite, I don't know what to say, quite horrifying in a way that I think everyone instantly recognizes, and thus on the YouTube videos of these robots, you'll see all sorts of comments talking about Skynet coming, etc. And it's not really a joke. I mean, this is obviously how artificial intelligence will arrive and how it will develop and how it will be more and more integrated into our lives, thanks to the good folks at DARPA. What else will be integrated into our lives thanks to the good folks at DARPA? Well, how about smart dust?
But in the future, every square inch of every city will be alive with intelligence. Because every street and every building will have a network of microcomputers built right into them. Dr. Chris Piester calls it smart dust.
A smart dust particle, or mote, is a wireless sensor with sensing, computation, communication, and power in one package.
These all-in-one microcomputers will be small, very small.
The size of a mote today is about the size of a grain of rice. And we've shown that we can make the circuitry small enough and light enough that eventually it will be possible to make things that are on a sub-millimeter size scale.
Tiny specks of computer smart dust will form a vast invisible network that can help manage the infrastructure of even the largest city.
Smart cities in the future will take this low-power, inexpensive, small technology and basically distribute it everywhere.
These tiny computers record information about their surroundings, information they can send to other computers or to you. Smart dust on the tracks will monitor your commuter train so you know if it's running late. Potholes will be able to report themselves and warn your car, and you'll never have to wait for a radio traffic report again.
They're monitoring the flow of traffic and giving you alerts about what route is the right way to go to keep the traffic moving.
Bridges will get a coating of smart dust particles that can warn us when they detect stress fractures, helping avoid deadly collapses. But smart dust will also allow buildings and streets to recognize you and respond accordingly.
I think increasingly the environment will respond to who we are and adapt in consequence.
The city will know where you are if you want it to.
Your workplace will know you. Smart dust at the entrance will boot up your computer. And smart dust embedded in the elevator doors will automatically ring your floor.
Smart dust is going to sense the environment and allow us to improve the way that we live our lives.
No matter how we live in the future city, it will be radically different.
Do I really have to articulate what's potentially scary about such a scenario? I don't think I do, but for those of you who are paying attention, I'm sure you already understand this. For those of you who are hard of thinking, yes, the idea of smart dust literally being in the air around us, being constantly present, ubiquitous everywhere we go, watching over everything we do, and sensing and recording data and sending it wirelessly through networks to the whatever mother database may exist. Yeah, there's something really, really uncomfortable about that, because of course it will be in the hands of government agencies that are funding the research into this technology through things like, DARPA. Yes, DARPA was one of the agencies that was funding some of the original smart dust research and came up with some of the original ideas for this, which was then developed into a Berkeley robotics engineering project that itself ended in 2001. And at that point, they were able to get down to a cubic millimeter device, a device that is 1 cubic millimeter, 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter big, that was able to function with a sensor, power supply, analog circuitry, bidirectional optical communication, and a programmable microprocessor. And that project ended in July of 2001. July of 2001, and that was 11 years ago, and things have progressed quite a bit beyond there. There are reports of it having reached the nanometer, or the micrometer, scale now, so that they are now working on things that really can't even be seen by the human eye. And I think we'd have to be naive to believe that that type of technology didn't exist and wasn't already being used. But there you go. Here's another point where we run into the brick wall of our own ignorance, because we're not being told what's being worked on behind closed doors. So who knows how far this technology has already been created and already implemented to some degree. And I'm sure we will never know until it's already too late for us to do anything about it, because that's how these types of secret government projects always work. But I do have at least one idea of what we can do to crowdsource our way out of this DARPA mess, or at least hopefully out of this DARPA mess. So stay tuned right there. More after this. All right, friends, we're back on Corbett Report Radio. And tonight we've been talking about DARPA, and of course we've cited a lot of different articles and videos, etc. So I will put the links in the show notes for tonight's episode at corbettreport.com, CORBETT report.com. I hope you'll go there to check out those links for yourself and start researching this for yourself. And on that very note, I have my own idea of how we can at least start to better inform ourselves of what's going on behind the scenes, so that we can hopefully do something about some of these technologies falling into the hands of the defense military industrial complex. And we can use the exact same ideas that DARPA itself is using to fund and to create the next generation of military vehicles, as they're asking for people to design the next tank or what have you, and send in their ideas. And use crowdsourcing in that way and offer prizes. Ooh, it can make killing people across halfway across the world seem so fun and great. Well, why don't we use crowdsourcing in our own way, where we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hopefully millions of people connected through the alternative media around the world, who are able to at least each of us can spend a little bit of time looking into these types of issues. Well, why don't people help me out? Because obviously I can't possibly keep my eye on all of the things that DARPA is doing, but if you come across any interesting projects that DARPA may be working on, why don't you let me know, and I'll help pass that information along. And just as an example, I might point you to an interesting DARPA project list that's on technovelgy.com, and of course I'll put the link in the show notes, and it has literally dozens and dozens and dozens of projects and programs here, and it has information on each of them. So I don't have time to go through all of them, but some very interesting looking ones, including cyborg insects and cyborg sharks, and squishbot chembots that can squeeze through small spaces, and silent talk telepathy for soldiers, flying insects, big dog robot, all sorts of interesting projects that apparently are being funded and are being worked on right now and are at various stages of coming to fruition. So why don't you take a look at a list like that, or wherever you get your information on DARPA, and let me know what you find, if there's anything particularly interesting that you'd like me to bring to the attention of people out there, and we will crowdsource our way out of this problem, I hope, out of this mess, and towards at least an understanding of what's being done in the name of the American taxpayer, at any rate. And on that note, we're going to wrap things up for tonight's episode of the broadcast, and we'll be back tomorrow night with Lorette Lynn, aka the Unplugged Mom, talking about peaceful parenting and what the true intergenerational revolution is going to be about. And then on Thursday night, we're going to have Carrie Lutz of the Financial Survival Network on the program to talk about financial wealth, prosperity, savings, and how to store your wealth and savings for the future. And then on Friday night, we're going to have some open phones and go over some news headlines. I'd just like to remind people, of course, that I do have the DVD multi-pack still available for sale. And once again, this is all 5 of the Corbett Report DVDs, including 2 data DVDs that themselves each contain over 5 gigabytes of information. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of media here on these 5 discs, available for a discounted price. Please go to CorbettReport.com for more information on that. CorbettReport.com/support. And subscribers, of course, can find the link for the heavily discounted version in their subscriber newsletter. On that note, that's going to do it for tonight. I am James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, thanking you wholeheartedly for tuning in and not dropping out from tonight's transmission. Looking forward to talking to you again 23 hours from now. So until then, thanks for listening, and take care.
Munich crew needs to feel you. You know how we do. Take it back. Is there anybody out there? Who's got a good fight going on? Good fight to share. Say oh yeah! LTJ Morgan's taking you there. Reaching out to the sex emotion crew. Movers and groovers crew, you know how it do. Ladies too, bring it about you. What would the party be without you? Let's break it down for you. All the girls and girls inside the place. Lovers of drum and bass. Sit down, second. Something about you. I wanted to tell you, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to. Cause me to react. How am I supposed to act when you're around, girl? If you want to, we can choose to. When we do what we do, we can find ourselves a feeling to get close to. Insecure, not really sure if I'm supposed to. Feel you, should I please you? Should I touch you? I don't know if I really know you. There's definitely something about you. Now that I found you, tell me, should I let go or should I hold you? Show you, I don't know if I really know you. Like what you do. Technically, it's all about you. Tell you, but I don't know how to. Call me to react, and how am I supposed to? And when you're around, girl, if you want to, you know we can choose to. When we do what we do, we can find ourselves a feeling to get close to. You got me insecure, not really sure if I'm supposed to. Do not touch you. I don't know if I really know you. There's everything coming about you. Baby, now I found you. Tell me, should I let go or should I hold you? What am I supposed to do? Should I hold you? And it shows you, and I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to. Baby, I don't know if I really know you. You didn't let me hear you. Something about you. Something about you. Baby, now I found you. Tell me, should I let go or should I hold you? Show you, I don't know if I really know you. That's right, anytime you want, bring your expression too. It's all about you. I feel you. I feel you. LTJ Brooklyn building on the vibe, doing it to me, doing it to you. Check it. And we've only just begun. On the move, on the run. You got Sound of music waking up. Who can feel the vibe creeping on? Get on it. Know you need it. I know that you want it. Get on it. Come on. You're gonna get you now, stop freaking it down. to feel the pressure from the rhythm. Sound the freak, the mind got you on the high, got you on the road, and say you wasn't told. Say you did not know how we said goodbye to flow. Anyway you want to go, high or low, we can take it. You to shake it. Come on. Stick with it, pay attention, listen close. Now rock this nationwide, rock this coast to coast. Listen up. Tonight we're shifting to the gears. You're in control of your atmosphere. Right here, right now. Let me know you're out there. Raise it up. Raise it up. It's your atmosphere. And you can take it any way that you want your mind to do. Find your groove, find your flow. When you find it in the station, let your DJ know. Let your DJ know. Find a way to find your groove. 'cause I'm a different guy. You believe in faith deep inside, deeper than your soul, deeper than your mind. Gotta find the flow to find your mind. Roller coaster ride, deeper than your soul, in your mind. Far from mine.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
I'm back. Yes, I am back. I'm back, everybody. It is James Corbett here at Corbett Report Radio on Republic Broadcasting, and we are live. This is Monday, the 26th of November, 2012. To all of you stateside listening to me live right now, it is the 27th here in Japan. And I am back at the helm of CorbettReport.com, and as anyone who's been keeping an eye on the website over the past 24 hours will know, I am back posting material to the site. So it is good to be back and good to be back in touch with all of you. So once again, thank you all for bearing with me during my absence last week, as I was in Kuala Lumpur attending the international conference on 9/11, 9/11 Revisited Seeking the Truth, as well as some other activities, which, again, all of that will be spilling forth from CorbettReport.com like a veritable tide, an ocean of truth and verity coming forth very soon in the digital hallows there. So I hope you'll be staying tuned to that at CorbettReport.com as I work behind the scenes to get all of this video up in some recognizable and usable form for all of you out there. So far, I have only gotten 2 of the videos posted, and that was the opening speech of the 9/11 conference by Dr. Mahathir Mohamad and the opening presentation by Cynthia McKinney. But for those of you who don't know, I guess, long story short, I'm talking about a conference that I attended in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia last week called 9/11 Revisited Seeking the Truth. And we're going to be talking a little bit about this conference and what it comes from, who it was sponsored by, what it hopes to accomplish, where it goes from here, etc. today. And specifically, I want to talk about something that really was reaffirmed for me at this conference, and something that I think I've always known, but I think I rediscovered, and that's part of the beauty of going to these types of conferences and interacting with real human beings in real life, as opposed to this digital ether by which I am transported to you all each and every day. It's very easy to abstract away the actual connections with other human beings and to lose sight of what it is that we're doing here. But this conference has renewed within me the determination to continue doing what I'm doing, to redouble my efforts, and also I think it's given me a better sense of exactly what my place in all of this is. Because if there is one thing that I'm attempting to do here, it is to bring to you a message that I'm not seeing reflected a lot in the alternative media, or at least not nearly as much as I would like to see it put out there, and that is that each and every one of you out there in the audience is powerful. You have power in your own hands, and you have the option, the choice, really, each and every day, whether or not you wish to use that power. What is the nature of that power, and how do you use it? Well, we're going to get into that later today on this broadcast, as well as talking about the ways that the controlled corporate media, etc., it constantly is working to try to convince you that you have no power, that you're powerless, that you're just a spectator in all of this, and that you have to sit on the sidelines twiddling your thumbs and hoping that someone will come forward with a solution. Well, I have a newsflash for you. You are the solution, and if there's any message that I have that's of any importance, that is it. So we're going to be talking about those types of issues today, also talking about the conference itself, and hopefully, maybe if there's time, getting into a little bit more information about some of the other aspects of what was going on last week, with the Kuala Lumpur Foundation to Criminalize War hosting its own commission hearing on Palestine and the war crimes, the alleged war crimes at this point that have been committed by the Israeli government in Palestine. Just a lot of very important things happening there in Kuala Lumpur, and one of the, I think the the most bizarre parts of it for me is the disconnect between the types of things that are going on there with that War Crimes Tribunal and the conferences they're holding, etc., and the almost total lack of any coverage of it whatsoever, even in the alternative media. So let's correct that today. Let's start getting this a bit on the record and talking a bit about what went on there in Kuala Lumpur last week. Once again, James Corbett here, back at the helm, CorbettReport.com. You are tuned into Corbett Report Radio on Republic Broadcasting, and we'll be back right after these messages. Alright friends, welcome back to the broadcast. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio once again. I am your host James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and tonight we're going over the 9/11 Revisited Seeking the Truth conference that I was recently presenting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And I want to talk a little bit more about this conference, what it was about, who was there, what we were talking about, and where it's going from here. And I suppose I have to start from scratch, really, because if you're anything like myself, you probably know very little at all about the organization that was putting this on or the work that it's done in the past. And that's much to the detriment of us all, I think, because this is truly a very interesting organization that has put on this event, and they did a stellar job of doing so. It was held at the Putra World Trade Center there in Kuala Lumpur. Ironically enough, at the World Trade Center, and of course Kuala Lumpur has its own twin towers, for those of you who don't know, so a lot of interesting synchronicities like that regarding this conference. But long story short, this was organized and put on by something called the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, and they're available at perdana4peace.org. That's the number 4, perdana4peace.org. And I suggest you go and check them out if you haven't done so yet, to find out a little bit more about them and the types of works that they do and who they are and where they're from, etc. But I suppose the basic information that you might want to know about them is who is the founder, the president of this organization. And for those of you watching at home, I'll put up a little picture of none other than Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who was the former Prime Minister of Malaysia. And I was recently on another radio show doing an interview about this, and I likened him to Dr. Ron Paul. I suppose it's a flawed analogy in many ways, but at the very least, just like Dr. Paul, Dr. Mohamad is, in fact, actually, truly a real medical doctor, trained as a medical doctor, and was always interested in politics, and actually started to get politically involved and active in his late 30s, and he was eventually elected to parliament there in Malaysia, and through a circuitous route ended up in the Senate, and then ended up as Deputy Prime Minister, and finally Prime Minister of Malaysia. And he was the Prime Minister of Malaysia for 22 years, from 1981 to 2003, which not coincidentally happens to correspond with a dramatic, incredible shift in the economy of Malaysia. For those of you who don't know, like myself, again, I've been in a crash course on Malaysia and Malaysian politics over the last week, but Malaysia was, for all intents and purposes, something of a tin mining outpost of the British Empire for a very long time, and was not exactly known for its bustling and hustling economy. But under Dr. Mahathir Mohamad's leadership, it did actually start to become something of an economic, a model for a lot of Asian countries to follow. During the 1990s specifically, it was growing until the 1997-98 Asian financial crisis. The Malaysian economy was growing at 9% of GDP growth per year, which is a pretty respectable figure, and is only really topped by giant economic powerhouses like China over the past 10 years, 20 years. So it has been doing remarkably well, and that was absolutely undeniably due to Dr. Mahathir Mohamad's influence, and he was able to keep the IMF at bay and to basically keep them out, even as Malaysia survived the Asian economic crisis, etc. So very, very interesting person who has a very long history, and if you go into his history on Wikipedia or any of the other official sources, you'll find all sorts of things about what a terrible person he is, and how good, upright, respectable, moral people like Al Gore, etc., wouldn't want to meet with him when they were on official state visits to Malaysia, etc. So take that for what it's worth. And certainly Dr. Mahathir does have his critics, and I am not obviously involved in Malaysian politics, so I won't get into the domestic issues. But at any rate, he certainly did oversee the dramatic turnaround of the Malaysian economy, and he has also founded two really remarkable organizations. One of them, this Perdana Global Peace Foundation, which I mentioned put on this 9/11 conference in particular. The other one called the Kuala Lumpur Foundation to Criminalize War, and that's at criminalizewar.org. And depending whether you're Canadian, British, American, Kiwi, or various other, you might spell criminalize with a Z or Z, even if you're American, or an S. And you'd want to go with the S spelling. That's criminalize war, criminalize with an S, war.org. And you can find out about this organization, which has been putting on some pretty remarkable war crimes tribunals for the past 7 years now, since I believe 2005 was when it was founded, to the best of my knowledge. This Kuala Lumpur has really been a nexus where people have been traveling to do all sorts of very interesting things, including holding tribunals where, for example, earlier this year, as some people may or may not know, the Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Tribunal found Bush, Cheney, and various others, John Yoo and some of the others in the Bush administration, guilty of war crimes in Iraq for the torture that took place at Abu Ghraib and other institutions there under their leadership. So a pretty remarkable thing. And again, to give people a sense of this was a real judicial proceeding with real lawyers arguing in a real courtroom, and there was prosecution and defense and witnesses and evidence, and all of that was presented, and they did come with a prosecution and did convict Bush et al. Of their war crimes. And of course, it's something like this, one can argue, is only as effective as its ability to enforce what it ends up saying. So, for example, in this case, obviously, Bush, Cheney et al. Have not been put in prison or put in shackles quite yet, and it's obviously quite a step to go from merely convicting them in absentia to actually doing something about it. But at any rate, it is a remarkable first step, and it is being done through the auspices of this organization that was literally created by the former Prime Minister of Malaysia. That's a pretty hefty position to be, I guess, wielding this type of influence, and it is extremely heartening to see someone who seems, from what I can tell at any rate, from what I've seen of this organization and Dr. Mahathir himself, who I had the chance to interview, who seems genuinely dedicated to the idea of criminalizing war. And that's a concept which, I must admit, the first several times I heard about that phrase, criminalize war, I don't think it really sank in what that means or the extremity of what that really implies. And basically, of course, what we're talking about is the idea that war itself is a crime. Not that there are war crimes, that there are special rules that you have to follow, and if you break those rules, you're a war criminal, but that war itself, the use of violence and force to inflict your will on others across international boundaries, or really anywhere, is itself a crime, and that all the murders and deaths that result from that are the responsibility of the people who take their nations to war. That is a very bold thing for someone who was an ex-head of state to be saying, and to be really following through with an organization like this. So once again, I hope people will check into this, and of course I'll put the links in the show notes for tonight's episode at corbettreport.com. So you can go and find out more about Perdana Global Peace Foundation and the Kuala Lumpur Foundation to Criminalize War, and the work that they've been doing over the past several years, and hopefully will continue to do from here. Although Dr. Mahathir himself, I believe, is something like 87 years old now, and is still remarkably fit and still able to go, obviously, but it's always a question, of course, for how long and how the foundations will survive his passing, when and if that should happen. But still, just a remarkable organization. And this particular conference they were putting on, I must admit, I was quite impressed with the way they did this, and the ability that was brought to bear, not only in organizing the conference, but also in the fact that there was, after all, a live stream of all of this on Ustream, and I didn't even know about it. So I'm sorry to all of you out there who were asking me about the possibility of watching this via live stream, etc. Apparently that was all set up and ready ready to go, and in fact, done remarkably well with multiple camera angles and live editing and all of that. But I didn't even know the Ustream channel existed until just after I got back from the conference. So that is still up on the Perdana Ustream channel. You can watch it retrospectively. And I am in the process, as I say right now, of putting those videos up on my own YouTube channel. So right now, I have Dr. Mahathir Mohamad's opening speech to the conference, the opening presentation, and I also have the first presentation of the day that was given by Cynthia McKinney, and she was talking about the Zionist lobby and how they tried to recruit her basically the second she got her foot in Congress, and basically how all of those ties led to 9/11 and what happened after 9/11. Very interesting speech indeed. And then following McKinney, it was myself presenting on the topic, what happened at the Pentagon on 9/11. Then Richard Gage was presenting his evidence about the collapses of the buildings. And then there was an afternoon panel, and then there was another afternoon panel, and then there was a final panel to wrap things up. And some of the other speakers, I'll just go through some of them very quickly here. There was, of course, Professor Michel Chossudovsky, who I'm sure many of you know from globalresearch.ca. There was Professor Gray McQueen, who I'm sure many of you know from the 9/11 Truth Movement. He's been involved, for example, in the 9/11 Toronto hearings, etc. There was people who might not be as well known, but probably should be. People like Giulietto Chiesa, who was the former European member of parliament, also a former Italian politician, a journalist, the man behind the documentary film Zero, which has been shown on Russian national television and has been shown in the European Parliament, etc., documenting about 9/11 truth. Just an incredible person there. Other people like Hans Kochler from the University of Innsbruck, but also a mover in international circles. Dr. Chandra Muzavar, Professor Nilofer Bhagwat from the University of Mumbai. Just an incredible lineup of people speaking about this issue of 9/11. And it was an incredible honor to be presenting there among them. And it was really there at the conference, in the panel at the end of the day, discussing where we go from here once we've had this conference talking about some of the issues about 9/11. Where do we go from here? It was during that panel that I think I really started to crystallize what it is that I bring to the table, why I was there at the table, and what message it is. And I'll give you all a hint. It's not anything to do with me personally. It's all to do with you out there. Every single one of you plays a part in all of this. So I'll explain a little bit more about that right after these messages.
Everything you've got, oh, it don't mean a thing.
All right, friends, welcome back. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio. Once again, we are live tonight on this Monday night edition as I'm back from Kuala Lumpur, and we are talking about 9/11 truth going worldwide in places like Kuala Lumpur, where people are coming together to not only talk about what's happened, but talk about what's going to happen next. And just to give you an idea of what may or may not be materializing out of this conference that was held, basically the Perdana Global Peace Foundation and the Kuala Lumpur Foundation to Criminalize War tend to work together, and the Perdana Foundation was hosting this conference, but in the future, it seems that Perdana may or may not be setting up an international commission of inquiry to take this to the next step, which would be to hold a commission of inquiry to find out, basically to set the legal framework for what could turn into a war crimes tribunal through the Kuala Lumpur war crimes tribunal process, or it could be referred to an international body. There could be other things that result from this, and that's still what we're sort of working on and trying to figure out what the next step is. But I think it is not going to end here with this one conference. We're not just talking about this, we're talking about what comes next. So that is definitely good, that is inspiring, and it is only frustrating that unfortunately so far there has been remarkably little coverage of this Perdana Foundation in general, and of course this 9/11 conference in particular, and what is actually happening there in Kuala Lumpur. Because if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it really fall at all? And if someone is convicted of war crimes in Kuala Lumpur and no one is there to report on it, does it really happen at all? It is absolutely essential that people find out about this, And of course, as I'm sure all of you are well aware, this is not going to happen through any sort of mainstream media channels. And just as an example of that, I brought along tonight, for those of you out there in Radioland who can hear it, I'll be showing this on the video that will be posted to CorbettReport.com. This is an issue of the Straits Times from November 20th of 2012, the day after the conference. This is basically one of Malaysia's national newspapers. And here on page 13 of the paper, they actually did cover the conference. So, page 13, 9/11, not work of terrorists. And that's a quote of sorts from Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who opened the conference, and of course, the president of the Perdana Foundation that put on the conference. And I suppose this is a good thing in some ways. It's a pretty mainstream national newspaper that's covering this 9/11 truth topic and is treating it in a pretty fair manner, I would say. But to me, this is actually not... It's not even something that really registered with me as something important, except for what it shows about the way the mainstream media will cover this, even if they cover it at all. And of course, even this type of coverage would never happen in a U.S. newspaper, in mainstream newspaper. It would only happen in a paper of a foreign country where the political stakes, shall we say, are not that high. But even looking at this article, I know a lot of people would get excited about the prospect, of getting in the newspaper, and suddenly I'm a human being because I'm on TV, or something along those lines. We're still indoctrinated in that dinosaur media paradigm where we have to look to them for our approval, for our existence, basically. And unfortunately, people are stuck in that mindset. And I say unfortunately because, again, even if the mainstream media is trying to be fair to this argument, which I think ultimately this article written by V. Schumann certainly is. It is fair. It's not a sneaky, underhanded attack on 9/11 truth. It doesn't try to portray people as crazy or anything of the sort. In fact, it's a rather positive review of what happened at the 9/11 conference, except for the fact that it gets almost everything completely wrong. And as an example of that, they talk about my presentation at some length in this article, talking about Corbett presenting about the attacks on the Pentagon. It says, also in the panel was journalist and film producer James Corbett, who pointed out there were many discrepancies between eyewitness accounts of the tragedy and the 9/11 Commission report. Corbett alleged that Donald Rumsfeld, who was the then U.S. Secretary of Defense, also had prior knowledge of the attacks, including the crashing of American Airlines Flight 77 into the Pentagon. While President Bush was away in Florida when the attack unfolded, Rumsfeld was second in command and could have scrambled an action plan to prevent further calamity. However, there is enough evidence to show how he knew of the impending attacks but did nothing to stop them, said Corbett. He played brief clips of interviews with the then U.S. Secretary of Transport Norman Mineta, who disputed Rumsfeld's timeline of the latter's presence in the Pentagon building. And it goes on from there, basically talking about the issues that I was addressing in my speech at the conference, which you'll find out when I post my speech later on today, tomorrow, I suppose, for you stateside. But the problem is that all of the details there are completely incorrect. So I was not talking about Rumsfeld in the emergency shelter with Norman Mineta. It was, of course, Dick Cheney. They make up a quote from me, which I certainly did not say in my speech, and I don't remember saying at any other point, so I'm not sure if they just plucked that out of thin air. It's not necessarily wrong. I think I actually agree with what they quoted me as saying, but I don't remember saying that. So that's a small, minor detail, I suppose. Once again, it goes to show that when the mainstream media, even if they try to cover something properly, it is people who are working on deadlines, assigned stories by their assignment editors, and basically just churning it out to like just so much more product to be consumed, and they'll inevitably start making mistakes and getting things wrong. This is one of the reasons why we have to stop treating the dinosaur media as if it means anything. I could care less if I'm in a paper if they get all the facts about what I said wrong. So what is the answer to all this, and where do we really go from here, and how do you play a part in all of this? Well, let's take a short break, and we'll get into that right after these messages. friends. Welcome back. Welcome back to Corbett Report Radio. Tonight, once again, we are talking about 9/11 Truth, going worldwide and being well represented there in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, bringing people from all around the world to talk about 9/11 Truth and to talk about where it goes from here. And I guess the big question is, well, where does it go from here? What next? What does all this talking about something that we all know to one extent or another, we all know that this is something that has been well established by now 11 years later, and still people are talking about this. Well, what action will result? I understand that question very well, and it's one that comes up quite a lot. In fact, it even came up while we were presenting on this very topic. So at the end of the 9/11 conference, we had a panel discussion on what next, where do we go from here, how do we proceed from here? Do we establish some sort of commission of inquiry? If so, what does that feed into? Will that inform a prosecution? If so, what kind of prosecution? Will it be a domestic prosecution within the United States? Will it be an international prosecution in Kuala Lumpur or the International Criminal Court or somewhere else? And I think the answer to that is ultimately yes to everything. We're going to try a lot of different ways to actually get this to go somewhere. But of course, the question continues to come up, well, what are you doing? You're just talking about it, and where does it go from here? So as an example of that type of question, I have a clip from the panel discussion, which again is up on the Perdana Ustream channel. I will be putting it up on my YouTube channel in the coming days, so I hope you'll check it out. But let's just go to a clip from that panel discussion where one of the questioners asks this very question.
Hi, testing. I've got a question for everyone here. Yeah, I'm actually a student from Brickfields, and I want to know, it's all fine and dandy for Ms. McKinney that, look, a bill has passed in Congress and therefore we're going to follow it, but here you are, and we've been here since 9 o'clock, and you've been speaking about how 9/11 and the reason why we're here in the first place to learn about the fallacies and the inconsistencies, those things, they weren't passed in Congress. These were things beyond what we could see, beyond what we want our government to achieve. These are things which are hidden in secret, right? Secret, the CIA. How are we supposed to exactly go up and say, look, we want transparency in the CIA, we want transparency in the American intelligence? That's one thing. On another note, we're looking at one of the biggest powers, if not the largest, biggest nation right now, USA, right? And we want to persecute the USA for crimes as such. However, how are we supposed to do that when it is right now the leading biggest power? What are we going to do? Are we going to bring it to the ICC? Fine, it's fine to set up a commission, but what if the commission fails? Where are we going to persecute? Who are we going to persecute? And under whose judgment? And if such fails, the question is, what then?
Now, I get this question. Really, I do. I understand where this questioner is coming from. I sympathize with his point of view to a large extent, but I have to beg to differ with the way that I think this question and questions like it are framed. And it's generally framed in a way that, for example, you'll hear the questioner start out that question by saying, well, you've been talking since 9 a.m. and here we are, and etc., as if 9/11 was not only going to be completely demonstrated, proven as a falsehood, and persecuted and people brought to justice within the course of the day, but that was even within the realm of possibility. But I think a lot of these questions come from that perspective of people sitting there in an audience listening to people presenting or talking about this and wondering, well, that's all fine and dandy, but what are we going to do about this? And what are you going to do? Where is it going to go from here? What if you fail? What do you have set up to try to follow through with this? Again, those are valid questions. They're valid points to raise. But I think they come from a fundamental position of weakness. It's almost like saying, we are helpless people who are just down here at the bottom trying to ask, people to do something about it, and you're the guys up on the stage. What are you going to do about it? Well, it's fair enough if people are putting themselves up on a stage, on a podium, talking down to an audience. they might, there is at the very least the projection of some sort of authority that they're the ones in charge and they're the ones who are going to handle everything. But that is not the situation at all, and I don't want people to get into that mindset, because you out there are every bit as much as important as the people on the stage who are talking and giving the presentations, etc. And everyone has a part to play in this. Everyone is part of the links in this chain, which is the chain which hopefully we will be able to wrap around the ankles of the real 9/11 perpetrators when we actually bring them to justice. And everyone is important in that chain. And this is a point that I tried to make in my speech at that panel, in that panel discussion, where I tried to stress what it is that I bring to the table in this discussion and the message that I truly want people to take away from this. So let's listen to that clip. Thank you very much. As the youngest member of this panel by several decades, I feel woefully unqualified to be speaking here today, but if there is any subject on which I am qualified to speak, it would be as a representative of the global alternative media movement, of which I am one small, but not insignificant, I hope, a member. And it occurs to me that very much in accord with what Professor McQueen and Professor Chosadowski were saying, it is very important that we understand what type of inquiry or whatever comes out of this we want to set up and who our intended audience is. Because exactly as they've laid out here, I don't think there will be any possibility of setting up any kind of inquiry that would be acceptable to the New York Times or whatever other papers of record might currently exist in the media paradigm. But perhaps this is the most optimistic and empowering message that we've heard so far today. I think we can take an example, for example, a biblical allegory of David versus Goliath. Everyone in this room, not just the people on the podium, but everyone in this room is the David against the Goliath of the mainstream media. But in that story, we can overcome it, even with inferior resources. And I point as one tiny example of this. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 cameras hungrily trained on us right now, recording every word that we're saying. But as far as I know, this video has not ever been in the history of this conference or tribunal or what happens in Kuala Lumpur made available to the public, and I don't know if it ever will be. But I myself have a little handheld camera, which probably in and of itself is 1/10 as expensive as any one of these cameras, which I'm going to take back with me to Japan. I'm going to post the video that I managed to capture of today's conference before my batteries ran out on my website or on my YouTube channel. And in a matter of hours, it is going to garner thousands of views, and hopefully, over the lifetime of the video, tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of views. So to put that into perspective, within a matter of hours, probably 100 times more people will have watched it than have actually attended this conference. Now, this is the power of the alternative global media landscape that we are in, and I posit that it might be something that a lot of people tend to leave out of the equation of the age in which we are living, that literally what you hold in your hand, what you hold in your hand might be the tool with which we delegitimize the system that has been oppressing us. Every single person in this room who has access to an iPhone slave device or whatever your medium of choice is, to tweet or Facebook or post or however you connect to social media, can help to spread the message of what we're talking about today and to help potentially unlock tens, hundreds, thousands, or even millions of minds. And I say this from the perspective of someone who spent September 11th, 2011, the 10th anniversary of 9/11, in my pajamas in my living room, making a video which has now been seen by 1.6 million people talking about the truth of 9/11. So I'm not saying this as just something to rally the crowd. I'm saying this quite literally. Every single one of us in the room has the power to change the world. And if we simply start to use that power and stop giving into the system, we can and we will make a difference. Thank you.
James is absolutely right, but I have to apologize to you because I'm really running low on fuel at about 36 hours with very little sleep. Would that video, James, be the 5-minute? If you have not seen James Corbett's 5-minute 911 truth video, please look it up tonight. Don't let 1 minute pass without you seeing that video, because it captures the absurdity of the official story, and he's so clever in the way that he does it.
Well, I'm blushing from ear to ear, of course, from Cynthia McKinney's ringing endorsement, but I am absolutely humbled to have that type of endorsement. But it is, again, this is not done as self-aggrandizement. Again, it's the exact opposite. I literally created that video in my pajamas on the morning of September 11th, 2011, not expecting it to have anything near the effect that it did. But for whatever reason, the gods of viral videos look down favorably upon that particular video, and so far, I stand corrected, it's now been seen 1.7 million times just from that one instance on YouTube alone, and I know it's been posted other places that have gotten tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of hits. So again, that video has been seen online so many times, and it is, I think, a perfect example of what is the promise of the global alternative media movement, which is truly people who have no formal training in any of this. I haven't ever taken even so much as a journalism class. I haven't taken any video editing instruction or anything of the sort. But I am, with the very limited resources that I have, basically just a Mac computer here and some basic editing software, was able to create this message, which at the very least has gotten a lot of people I know to at least look at this issue and at least consider some of the issues raised in that video. And it's not to be Pollyanna-ish about this. Of course, one video like that is not going to change the world, and it is not going to necessarily change minds, but at the very least, it adds something to the dynamic. It adds something in there in the mix that people might not have heard about in any other way, shape, or form, because they're not the type of people who genuinely watch long 9/11 truth documentaries, etc., or who get turned off by that message. But for whatever reason, that type of video resonates with them, and they can see it, and it can go viral, and it can be seen millions of times, and hopefully add something to the mix. And this is the power of the alternative media, because again, it's every single one of us. It is not the people on the podium delivering the lectures. It's not academics sitting there working on papers that are really going to be the final solution, the ultimate linchpin in all of this. It's going to be every single one of us taking up that power and the responsibility that comes with this alternative media technology that we have available to us. Basically, if you're listening to me right now, you probably have enough technology to be able to do something to help spread this word to others. And it doesn't necessarily, again, it does not mean you have to start a website or host your own radio show or do podcasting or even do videos or anything of the sort. But at the very least, taking some of this information, taking the DVDs or CDs of this information, giving it to others, emailing people on your email list about this type of information, retweeting or posting things to your Facebook, whatever it is, however it is that you communicate with other people, even if it's just face-to-face conversation, you can start to insert this information into your conversations and to change the social dynamic that is woven around us. And I think people still don't appreciate just how crucial that is to our understanding of the world and to our experience of that world. We are woven into a social fabric, and because of all the media programming we've had from the controlled corporate media for all these decades, and depending how old you are, maybe half a century or more of this total programming that people have been under, to teach them that they're nothing, they're insignificant, unless you're a talking head in the mainstream media or some respected politician or something, then your opinion is worth nothing, no one cares about your information, you're helpless, and all you can do is spectate. All you can do is read the newspaper or listen to the corporate radio or watch the television and just consume this information passively. But the power of the alternative alternative media is that finally it is truly within our hands, within our grasp, the power to take this technology and turn it around against the system that is propagandizing to us, and for each and every one of us to become not just a passive recipient, but to become an active transmitter of this information, broadcasting, rebroadcasting, and redoubling this message so that the choir keeps not only growing and growing, but growing exponentially and growing in power even as it continues to grow in numbers. This is a truly revolutionary moment because, again, people out there in the audience who feel frustrated by the fact that nothing happens because of these endless 9/11 conferences and talks, etc., can become part of the solution themselves. We don't have to look at the people on the stage and say, what are you doing to change the world? You can look in the mirror and say, what am I doing to change the world? And if you are listening to my voice right now, I am speaking to you directly, you personally. I want you to ask yourself what you have done to spread this information and what more you can do to spread it. It is not for us to ask what these people have done for us. It's to ask what we can do to help bring this message to others, because it is the information that will unlock the minds that at the very, very least we can ask for is that this type of event will not be able to be perpetrated in the future, because if they try it, they will not get away with it. We will understand what is happening. We will not accept the explanations that they try to put out in the immediate wake of the events, like we did back in September 2001, because this type of alternative media and this access to information wasn't there. Once again, it is through our knowledge of history and our understanding that has come about largely because of this incredible technology that we have at our fingertips that we are at the place that we are in terms of our understanding, and we should not take that for granted. We should not take it lightly, and we should not dismiss this as, oh, well, Bush and Cheney aren't in chains yet, so I guess everything's a total waste of time and you're wasting my time. If you think that, well, that's fine. That's your opinion. Please go off into your corner and continue doing nothing, contributing nothing, changing nothing. But if you want to help change the world, all I can say is come on board. And it doesn't mean you have to agree with me and what I say and what I believe and what I want to tell to others. It means that you bring yourself, your own perspective, your own information, you bring that to the table and you insert yourself into this conversation, whether that be in face-to-face conversations, through tweets or Facebook or emails or whatever it is that you use to communicate with others. You can start to become a part of the solution rather than just another person complaining about the problem. On that note, let's take one final break. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this. All right, friends, welcome back. Once again, we are here on Corbett Report Radio. This has been the Monday Night Live edition, and we will be live all this week talking about various subjects. So again, I hope you will continue to stay tuned into Corbett Report Radio and, of course, CorbettReport.com, where I am going to continue getting out this information little by little, but it will be coming out all this week and perhaps even into next week as well. There's so much information that I managed to record at this conference, not only the 9/11 conference, but also, of course, the commission hearing on Palestine by the Kuala Lumpur Foundation to Criminalize War, criminalizewar.org, which was featuring testimony from Palestinians, people in the West Bank and Gaza, about the incredible experiences, the really harrowing ordeals that they've been through. Absolutely some just incredibly gut-wrenching testimony of people who have been imprisoned and tortured and shot at and had their entire families slaughtered in front of their eyes, etc. Just some truly, truly harrowing presentations and witnesses that were testifying at that commission hearing. And I have some video of the commission hearing itself. I have some interviews with some of the witnesses. I have some presentations and reports to make about a Gaza emergency fund that was set up in Malaysia while I was there. Also a new idea which I am 100% behind, which is an idea to set up clubs, basically like school clubs, for criminalizing war towards that aim. We have clubs for chess and sports and debating and all of that, but why don't we have clubs that are designed to actually get children thinking about how they can get involved in criminalizing war? Why not? I think that's a great idea, so I'll have a report on that and some of the ideas that have been raised around that. Lots and lots of information, as I say. Also interviews with people like Professor Graham McQueen. Also an interview with the Prime Minister, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, that will be coming out probably in a variety of different reports. So an incredible amount of information, but once again, at the end of the day, I think that today's message is simply that we should all, each and every one of us, be taking this incredible power that we have in the alternative media technologies that we have at our fingertips and be really contemplating the responsibility that comes with that power. The responsibility not to just sit there pointing fingers at others and waiting for someone else to step in and talk about this or that, but for you to get out there and start spreading that information yourself. That is the key, and every single one of us can do it, and when we do, we will be able to move mountains in ways that I think we can't even begin to dream of yet, and that is the real nightmare of the globalists. They want everything except for you to be an active, engaged participant in this world. Because once you realize the power that you wield within your own hands, I think their illusions will come crumbling to the ground. Their carefully woven tapestry of lies that they've spent decades and who knows how many billions or trillions of dollars trying to sell you, that you're helpless and weak and pathetic. Well, those lies will come absolutely tumbling down to the ground, and you will realize the power that's in your hands. So it's a heady message of empowerment today, and I hope that at least one person in the audience will take it to heart and will take up this message and spread the word to others, because that is how we make progress. And on that note, we're going to progress into tomorrow. So on that note, we're going to wrap things up for today. Thank you once again for joining me. Great to be back here at the helm of Corbett Report Radio, and I'm looking forward to talking to you all again 23 hours from now. So until then, thank you for listening, and take care.
Got to find your flow and find your vibe. Let your feet and shine. This little vibe of mine. Gonna take my time. I'm gonna make you mine. Just like that, nice and easy with the flow. Make the movement natural. Incredible. Ultimate, sensual, mystical. Progression session, fill the room with mystical. Musical, magical, reach out and touch it. You can have it all, come on. Fill your mind, your body, your soul with the vibe. So strong. Deep inside progression, such a vibe you belong. Keep it up, keep it on, move it on. 2 minutes, log on, listen. Synchronize your mind with the mission. Open up the eyes of the vision you were given. Lock down with the rhythm that was set to show. Order of love, order of deep hardcore. Then get it, no, you know you want some more. Say it once again, said it before. Order my smooth, order my raw. Sit down. Mix it up, mix it up.
I want your blood. I want your soul. And I want them both right now.
Fire in the hole, put your cape on. Words break napalm. Only the best can do this, some steak on. Watch me break on, break legs, break heads. Got it dead naked and tied to my snake head. I slew your ass, I slay your soul. Take that back. Yeah, you know what's going on. The lights go down, the sound goes up. Listen up. This is how we build it up. We're just warming up. Unit crew, listen up, listen up, listen up, listen up. About to make the mic rock. Those that came to cruise, came to suffer. It gets deeper, it gets rougher. Fire in the hole, put your cape on. Words spray napalm. Only the best can do this, son. Steak on. Watch me break arms, break legs, break heads. Got his get naked and tied with my snake head. I slew your eyes, I slay your soul. Spray you like hair of a soul. Rubber cover down the rabbit hole. See you through my periscope. Under the water, had no hope. Kind of the ill, kangaroo. Came from a deep crack in the cave, attacking to kill. Fuck with you like my new crack slave for real. How you like that? That MC lost that mystic appeal. When I don't buy that, go to the barrel, smoking kill. Won't find me like that. Under there's a rocking still. But it don't track, step up, take it so black. Hold on, take a blowback. No ways of smoke sucking the bill. Take it right back before the days of popping pills. And niggas be rap, don't say you didn't do that. I know that you were greedy. Stop with your fiction, I mean new addiction, baby, beat me. Hooking you is too easy. Cigarettes and cigarettes for the needy. I'm the brother, got you under the sativa plan. Come with a selection over in Amsterdam. If your man bootlegging it out the back of the van, you can get your both hands like fucking up in Japan. Suicide on my honor, on the dirt I stand. That band on each other playing me in Afghan. Causing chaos in the seance when I'm going with the boogeyman. Like in the right hand, murdering man with the mic stand. And the plan does some rockable. And the gender some rockable. It's now possible. Can't shock you all. When you on the mic, unstoppable. Let me hear you cry. Let me hear you call. Lift it up, raise it up. New Nick, you know that we're having a ball. This is progressive section, got you guessing. Well, listen about you all. Time to make the mind think about. You get enough. Order my school, order my mom, listen up. been more than you've been told. Five in the hole. Got a hole in your soul. Coming down the rabbit hole. You can't hide, hey, we're on a soul patrol. See, you wasn't born until you wasn't told about it. It gets deeper, it gets rougher, no way out, you're surrounded. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Fire in the hole. Put your cape on. Where's Brett Nabal? Only the best can do this, son. Stay calm. Watch me break arms. Break legs, break hands. Get naked and tight with the snake hand. Slew you as I slay your souls, where you like aerosol. From a cover down a rabbit hole. See you through my periscope. Under the water had no hope. Connie the ill, Conga Bill came from a deep crack in the cave, attacking to kill. Take aim and fire and will. Shoot to kill. So now we got to repeat this once again. Take it back for the people, them. Dude, what's going on? What's happening? This is Progression Session. Ain't no kissing. Bring the noise. How we do it? we have to step you to it. Order me smooth, order me fast. You want some more? You can't get enough. Out this south, we can't get down, seekers, pool seekers, pound, just around and no way out. No escape from this sound state. From this mind state. As we penetrate. You don't know that we create. Sound to cause an earthquake. Down to make the mind state corrupt. Sound around the neck to we will up. So listen up. If you're out there, lift it up. We made the microphone. Can you crack this? Can you beat this? Music madness, authentic Venus. Started sorrow, but now we got to complete this. Now you're hooked upon the rhythmic deepness. I like the soul, pieces, the pieces. Got to be shown, you can't keep it a secret. I don't you think I know my lyrical, your weakness. I need a needle and your blood between us. Can't stop it now, the whip the gun. All about the glow, the deepness and the oneness. Easy and it's closeness. Check this, stunness. You're gonna fight this, you're having funness. This is how we do this. Now probably but definitely probably hit them with the newness. Technique on the trueness. We can bring the blueness for a good time crew quest. Go get your cameras set. Come do a proof test. It's too special stuff with it, so stick with it. I know the people big to it. Hypocrites, they switch to it. We just have to mix with it. You get this shit. Kick shit, no step, but just step begin without tears or fear. Been there, send that, drop shit, rock it, done that and come back. Don't get me started on the history. You know that the format is well fat. Tried and tested, heavily invested to keep it interested. Take those 6 seconds, my people try to test, but a good God bless it. Better than imperative, better than principle. Give it the highest ranking, we became the principle. The sound of a quantity, the push was a victory. Not what you could do to me, my brother said you free. Now you heard me, try to return me. Heard you curse me, Lord of mercy. Can't deter me, most of 30. Bring the noise if you heard me. Locked down on the roller coaster ride. Is it live? Is it live? Better not. Roller coaster ride. Rush coming up with a hyper motion. The section mic set open. Gonna make you lose control. Get on. your rhythm from? Send me that you go to get shit upon. Or makes it grow into a gritty song. You get pissed upon, exist on pissed off fate. On the life of a twisted tree take shape. They ask me, Connie, can you sing a song? Second with sixpence, attack the masses. But what you with intent? Even though it didn't make sense, but the fantastic. Drat you, smashed it. Pocket change well spent. Paranoid that you're like a worldwide fool. You supposed to know that he's a worldwide cool. But get your eyes wide shut. We're hard wide open. That bad boy leading that old school stuff. We came to mess it up. Bound to knock it out. Middle of the position. Don't be guessing what I'm thinking about. You ain't got the questions to the answers in my mouth. I take the lifetime and the blessing just to work that shit out. Now you know what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. Do me with the noise, let me know where you get your rhythm from. Tune in, log on, listen. What makes it grow into a pretty song? Because this boy will make it strong. That's what's going on. Locked on with the LTJ Book of MC Conrad in this. How you feeling, Munich? Still ready for more? Still hardcore. We got it, you want it. When I was coming in, pressure from within. Feel the pressure from within. Don't be thinking sound if I'm burned. I won't beat him, but I'm earning by living. I rock mics and women. Breakdowns I'm bridging. Caps I'll be feeling. Yes, I yearn. Yes, I'm willing. It's a fact what you heard about that wordsmith killing. Hot wax, cold lyrics. Dancers chilling. Absurd and loving dark. Bugging me over bringing. Vibes attack the mental evidential. Blood spilling. Who shot the popping of a billion? Tonight's the tight is better me on the mic. The feeling giving you hype. The feeling giving the right. But something is couldn't survive what we needed. The edited live, I start singing. It's to be a beast spent wide from the beginning. Unaware my ship and pride of what I'm needing. Blood still spilling, ears ringing. Who feels the pressure from the rhythm? Who's got the man? Who's got the feeling? Let them know that you got the meaning. Reach up to the sky, reach up to the ceiling. Let your vibe inside be fulfilled. Fulfilled. Show me what you want, show me what you feel. Come on. And it's not stop. And it can't stop. Cause it won't stop. Pressure from rhythm. Don't be too concerned if we burn out with being in with the world in my living. See I rock mice and women. Breakdowns with bridges. What's going on? survive your atmosphere. You can take it anywhere. That's what you're about to do. Now let your inner feeling show. Let's go. Come on. Go. That's right, nice and easy. You know how we do. Step one, step two. Exactly what you want to believe. Let yourself go. Express yourself like the world knows. Exactly what you want to believe. So fly with me. Let yourself go. Yourself like the world knows. Exactly what you want to believe. You the crew get high with me. Come on, let yourself go. Express yourself like the world knows. Exactly what you want to believe. Tears on the beach, I hope that it's deep. You're never so slow. Got a bag, touch it, burn the disc, make a symbol, take me off the list, my clothes don't even fit, reflection is gone, I could be wrong, mother fool, panic, we should leave, early morning, follow through the trees, the walk is a mile, the birds are on time.